Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7, Katarina Alves. New challenger. Challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Mighty ruler.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
What?
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Yo, Nani, what's up? I'm fine, man. How are you? How about you? I'm just trying to raise some funds here. It's for my friend, really.
KO.
How you doing, man?
Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Yo, Nani, are you still there?
For the next battle.
How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO.
My sleep schedule is so messed up. Sorry to hear about your friend. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Great. Round four. Fight.
Ouch. Oh.
KO. Final round. Fight. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Daddy, Daddy,
Hmm.
we're going to go to ice skating.
Yeah, mommy will move it to some other day.
Yeah.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Seriously, Jinbu.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Oh, that's new.
KO.
That was new.
Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hmm.
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
What's wrong with my stick? Oh no!
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
It's just the same. When in terms of in Tekken, did you mean my gameplay? I guess it's still the same, man. I was trying to use another character lately, aside from Katarina. I was trying to use Paul and Marduk.
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
I haven't been playing Katarina for like I mean, I've only used Katarina again since yesterday, so I guess it's pretty much the same. Although I bought myself another fight stick. It's the Mad Catz TE2, and I sold my Hori Hayabusa because if you remember that had the broken board, and I replaced it with a cheaper board from Amazon. So I sold it and bought myself another fight stick. It's a Medguts T2.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, it's still the same guy. I tried to practice Mishima's wave dash, but it's not really getting into my muscle memory. So I have given up on that.
Round 1. Fight.
That was pretty big.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Can't believe you reached Jinbu with those.
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Haven't been
Get ready for the next battle.
playing any Tekken. Have you finished the Red Dead already? For me, I was lately I've been playing Diablo 3 again on my Nintendo Switch, and some couple of Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Perfect.
I think he had given up.
Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
What do you want to eat?
Round 4. Fight.
How's the multiplayer in? Hang on. How's the multiplayer in Red Dead anyway? Is it P2P?
KO.
Hang on, let me just
Você
get
tem
some.
técnica, mas não tem alma.
And a freezer. Daddy, you know what? No, I'm just putting it on the table. I'm not putting it.
What's Mickey doing here? Well, if it's still
New
a
challenger.
P2P, then that's probably bad, since not all people have the best connection. I mean, that was the problem with GTA. They didn't have a proper server.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people keeps disconnecting with
Yeah.
their friends.
Yeah.
Yo, Wishes. Yeah, sure. Just drop me an invite. Welcome to the stream, man. Was that you? Was that you and Jack? Oh, yeah. Was that your new character? I believe that was your new character, man. I don't believe that was your main character. Alright, let me just try. What's your
New challenger.
what's your friend code, man? Wishes, okay. Wishes. Let me try. Enter friend code. Oh, okay. I don't think that was your main character, man. I believe you were still training for Jack 7. Oh, yeah, I believe it. We see. Ah, double S. Okay. It seems that I can't find you here. Oh, here, I found it. Hold on a minute. I knew it. It wasn't your main character because it was a Genbu and you were not moving like a Genbu. Oh, this is gonna be hard. Jin! Oh my god. No problem, man.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7.
Yeah, good luck.
Katarina Alves.
I'm probably be...
Get ready for the next battle.
My Katarina is about to get wrecked, probably. He's a Fujin. And he's using Jin. Oh my god. Oh, that was a nice dragon. Wonder if I have those as well. That's nice.
Fight. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
No, I'm dead. Oh, what?
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Nah.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, what? Yes, sir. Oh! Well played.
Get ready for the next battle.
You guys gotta play survival. I'm at tier 50. Right.
Fight. Round 1. Fight.
Gotta cancel.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
What the heck? What is it?
KO.
That's what a Fujin is for.
Round 3. Fight.
Alright, he finally figured it out. No!
You lose.
これが現実だ。
これは現実だ。
Get ready for the next battle.
Mashing.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ooh.
Great. Round 3. Fight.
What?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh.
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oi.
Round one. Fight.
That got me.
KO. Round two. Fight.
That won't work. Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round three. Fight.
That won't work as well. No!
KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's a nice dragon. That's a nice dragon.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No! I'm dead.
KO.
Yes.
Round two. Fight.
That damage.
KO. Round three. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
That damage.
KO. Final round. Fight. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
What?
Great. Round 4. Fight.
Woo!
KO.
No.
Final round. Fight. Perfect. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Oh my god. Daddy, I got Portal 2.
Yeah, I've already installed Portal 2 in your laptop already, right?
But it transferred in Gmod.
Really?
Get ready for the
Yeah, you can stop playing it.
And it's open. I click it.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And the map, the Portal 2 map. Once it delete Portal 2, Portal 2 map won't come back.
round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, they have! Oh my god. Oh. This happened. I haven't got photo.
Oh! I thought I was dead.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that's damage.
KO.
Happened to the
Round
door.
4. Fight.
Ah. Oh.
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Yes! GLaDOS, you're back! Get out! Mine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Whoa! 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 TV!
Round 1.
TV!
Fight.
Did you have? Cannon stay! Whoa!
Yeah. Yeah.
What? No!
KO.
I thought I had it.
Round 2. Fight.
Wait.
KO.
Meadows.
Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
No! Oh crap. Well played. Oh, what?
You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
I don't have a boulder gun. I haven't found it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ah! What?
Round 1. Fight. KO.
Now! I drop it!
Round 2. Fight.
Right, thanks for dropping by, Nani. See you again next time.
How can I spell cube? Daddy, how can I spell cube?
Cube?
Yeah.
C-U-B-E.
KO.
Thank you, Nani.
Round 3.
Thanks for dropping by today. Oh no, what happened? Okay.
KO. Round 4.
Thanks, Nai.
Fight.
Vem aqui. Yeah. Morra. Yeah.
No!
KO.
Oh, what have I done?
KO.
That was almost.
You win.
That was almost.
Mas não tem alma.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, have you finished your ice cream already?
Get ready.
Really? You need to drink your water now.
I need you. You waiting.
Round 1. Fight.
That one. This one.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
What? Blue?
KO.
Blue?
Round 3. Fight.
No!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
What the heck?
KO. You lose.
Can I get some chocolates?
This is going down and this probably.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
We win.
Welcome to the King of Iron, Katarina Alves.
Mickey, what are you doing? Mickey.
New challenger.
Okay, that was not right. I
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist, Katarina Alves. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
What?
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
É verdade.
Fight.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh!
Round
We had the same plan.
fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh crap. Oh. What happened? He didn't reach.
KO.
Thought it's gonna reach the wall.
Fight.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3.
I just
Fight.
Boom!
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. win.
How can you
Você
know?
tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's a,
Round
Wait.
1.
there's lots of GLaDOS. Whoa, what? Hell. Why did it spawn GLaDOS?
KO. Round 2.
There's lots of
Fight.
GLaDOS. What the heck is wrong with GLaDOS? Are you both bad? Yeah. What did you do for your
KO. Round 3.
Oh, they do that.
Fight.
Oh no!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Oh, you told you! Ah, they killed me.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Sorry.
Get ready for the next battle.
Be a hero. Maybe that was a wrong button.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. challenger.
Oh my god. How do you not catch it? What are you doing? No!
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Action. That's enough. One more and you're done. Now you are done. It's that me. Hello, you me. No, you me. Get out of here. Pushing. What are you doing?
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
I miss you.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ow, ow. Hello, I'm with. What are you doing?
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think the elephant.
Vamos lá.
I think
Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o
elephant.
inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round.
Wait, we were there.
Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
I am. Help me. Where are you? This is what?
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Open that door. I think there's the other be there. Ah! What the? Help. Oh my god. Stay away. I think. Oh my god. Look out. We are stuck. I'm go first. We.
Deixa eu te testar.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
Wala, basi ugma pa to.
Fight.
Okay, 24 hours man.
Oh my god. What? Oh my god. What?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
I think are you
Cuphead. Of
Round
course.
1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Naman.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta
You
pra
win.
sua mamãe.
4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You
あんた
lose.
弱いわ。
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. challenger.
Yeah. Yeah.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Friday. Darling, tell me why you do.
Round one. Fight. Perfect. Round two. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round three. Fight. You lose.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah.
2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Great. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight.
Tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te...
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Ha! Ya! Ya! Ya!
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ya! 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 Ya!
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Ya!
KO.
Corre de volta pra
win.
sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight.
Ya!
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ya! Ya! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
KO.
me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah.
Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight. 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você...
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. mas não tem alma.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra...
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
De volta
You
pra
win.
sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra
win.
sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. 3. Fight. KO.
Corre de volta pra sua mamãe.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Ha. Ha. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Ha. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
New challenger.
Yeah. Yeah.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
Deixe...
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. You lose.
余裕しゃくしゃく。
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá. Eu vou chutar sua bunda até o inferno.
Time to die.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah!
Yeah. Ha.
Round 3. Fight.
Yo, Rabane, what's up?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What's up, man?
KO.
It's the same.
Fight.
Going back to Katarina now.
Perfect. Final round. Fight.
Oh, what? I got promoted. We have been waiting a long time.
Você está me dando sono.
TWT finals. Thanks.
For the next battle.
Are they gonna live stream it? Oh, that's nice. That's gonna be in Bangkok, right?
Eu vou chutar sua bunda.
Round 1. Fight.
Thought it- Ah, missed it. Ooh, that was new. That's huge. My turn.
KO. Round 2.
Nice, congrats.
Fight.
I just got back playing Katarina. Feels like Paul wasn't doing so good for me.
Perfect.
Paul and Marduk.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, this. Ooh. I know that.
KO.
Did I move?
Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Final round.
Yeah.
Fight. KO. You win.
Você está me dando sono.
I'm about to go Mighty Ruler.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go there anyway. We're about to find out
Time to die.
Round one.
if this guy won't figure out my playstyle. Then probably I will.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Oh, what?
KO.
Can't even move.
Three. Fight.
My turn.
Perfect. Round four. Fight. You win.
Você tem
Let's see if he continues to fight.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's pretty much obvious with when your opponent is on the wall already and he's got a very low life. They're gonna go for the low as well. Well, most of the time. Well, because I do that as well.
Vamos lá.
Round
Yo, Simo Arrivo. How are you, man? Oh, I drop it.
KO. Round two. Fight.
I know. What?
KO.
Oh, is this you?
Round
How are you doing, man?
fight.
Oh, what?
KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Up until now, I don't know how to read frames, man. I don't know. Let's see. We're about to find out. I'm not even paying attention with the rank.
Round 1. Fight.
All right.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Ooh. No, I'm dead. I always forget about rage.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Right, let me know when you're back.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Vamos lá.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I moved.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
What? No.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Oh, that was far. got it. What the heck?
You lose.
What's done is done.
Can't believe I dropped the combo.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
That was fast.
Perfect.
That was fast. Sugoi desu ne.
Fight.
I move. Oh, what?
KO. Round three.
Welcome back. Oh.
KO. Round four. Fight.
What am I doing?
KO.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Final round. Fight.
Ah. Ah, that's so long. What the heck? Nice, nice. That was nice.
You lose.
Batman.
Goodbye.
Guess I'm not gonna be able to go Mighty Ruler then.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Oh, what?
Round 3. Fight.
Oh man.
KO. Round 4.
You must have.
Fight.
You're so high for tomorrow, huh? Who do you bet will win?
KO.
6 in the morning.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem.
Oh man. I'll just rely on the YouTube reviews anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for Knee. I mean, he's doing a he's so fully dedicated to the game.
Time to die.
Round 1. Fight.
Ooh, that's nice. Ooh.
Great.
That life. That life.
Fight.
Ah, crap. I stand up. I just hope that no Pakistani guy wins with a Puma. But
Round 3.
being serious, huh?
Fight.
Pakistani players are so good at Tekken right now.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Yeah, Akuma's getting pretty boring right now. Oh, I missed. Missed that as well. That is pretty nice combo. No.
KO. Final round.
Yeah.
Fight.
What? Oh, I jumped. Mm-hmm.
KO. You lose.
What's done is done.
But that Marduk with the John, that's pretty serious, man. Oh man. He left. I was having fun already. Yeah.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
That's going to be very scary because oh man, this is I'm dead. I mean, Marduk will be very scary because not everyone is playing Marduk. I'm gonna have a few more matches
Deixa eu te testar pra ver se você luta de verdade.
because I think my
Round one.
son is getting hungry now.
Yeah.
KO.
What the heck?
Round two. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What the? What?
KO.
Yeah, we do.
Round three.
Is
Fight.
look at that damage. I can't move.
You're not good enough.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I mean for today. Pretty much getting hungry already. So yeah, I'll see you again soon tomorrow. Hey Dragon King, what's up? I'm about to end my I'm fine, man, thank you. How about you, man? Thanks for dropping by today. I'm about to end my stream. Yeah, you too as well, Ravanin. Yeah. I'll be playing again tomorrow, probably late tomorrow, because we're gonna be attending a Christmas party. How are you, Dragon King? Let me see if I have a new car. Let me. Okay. see this one. Yep. Alright, see you again next time, guys, and peace. I'll be going online again tomorrow. Alright, see you. Bye.